Hey girl, are we in heaven? Because welcome to part 7. Enter to win $500. Please be subscribed to MrBeast, be subscribed to me and Hey Ho Studios, and like and comment on this video, and you'll enter to win $500. Okay, I'm going to go to 7-Eleven. Bye.
Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Charisma is so annoying. I'm sorry. Sorry, Charisma. You're beyond annoying. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Yay, 2 people going home. Gosh, good. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Janet's gonna drop the ball. Oh, Krishma dropped. She is useless. I'm so sorry, Krishma. You are one of the most useless Survivor players. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 such a 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 beast. Such a beast, 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 Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Charisma's an idiot. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I have to be somewhere, so I have to kind of have to speed this up a bit. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Aaron, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Aaron's gone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Dang, ouch, sister. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He was the strongest player. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Uh-oh, Tommy, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Uh-oh, Missy, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Missy Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Wow, Missy got blindsided. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They all put on this like face, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe. But they all know what happened. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Everyone's keeping charisma for the end, is what she said. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
All right,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wow, they're going through someone's purse to see if there's an idol. But I think Charisma has an idol.
I like Dean. Dean's funny. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Goat army assembled. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Goat army. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast. Probes is so funny. He's playing. Dean's playing a fake legacy thing. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This is gonna be so much fun. Probes reading it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Karishma bringing out an idol. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Karishma, oh my gosh. Sure. It's like the biggest goat of all time, literally. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh shit. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, another idol's gonna be played. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Lauren's got an idol too. Elizabeth looking scared. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Rob, Bustin' Rob's like, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's Elizabeth. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's gonna be Elizabeth. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Janet, one vote, Janet. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Elizabeth, Janet, and Elizabeth. It's a tie. She didn't have to play her idol. She played her idol though. Revote either Janet or Elizabeth. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh my gosh. First vote, Elizabeth. Elizabeth might be going home. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'd vote home. Janet. Elizabeth's hot. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Elizabeth's gone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That's too bad. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's hot. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Boston Rob, it's all well and good till someone plays an idol. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Elizabeth's got a great smile. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's got a great smile. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, family time next time. It's gonna get a little sappy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 they're all crying. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Charisma sees her husband, who she just told everyone that it's like a roommate scenario. That's kind of awkward. I hope they patch it up. I hope they get lovey-dovey around there. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. All right, charisma, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He's going for the kiss, but she's not going. Oh, he went. They got one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Miss Nora's sister seems funny. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. John, her husband, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I like Dean. I want Dean to win. I doubt he will, but I want him to win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Wow, this scale is going off. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 480,000, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Charisma dropped. Shocker. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Dorian, Lauren, Dan, and Erlane. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be Lauren's gonna lose it. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. No, Lauren's shaking. Should be such a base, 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 such a base. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. It should be such a base, 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 such a base. It should be such a base, 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 such a base. An orange from our tree. It's delicious. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The cat with he called Karishma the cat with 9 lives. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The Motley Anti-Alliance, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Nora's wacky. That'd be so frustrating to talk to someone like that. Oh my gosh, he's so frustrating. Vote Nora, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 No, they're whispering, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh wow, she just spilled the beans. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast. Wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Boston Rob's amazing. MrBeast, 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 Nora's a bit wacky. Wow, after all that, there's still or now finally voting MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Karishma's gone. Finally. She sucked. I'm sorry. She was awful. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Boss of Rob, all that talk just to vote out Karishma. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh wow, she's gonna hide her shoes. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Nora's wacky. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, that showed him Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Tommy and his mommy, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. It'd be so sweet to find an idol on Survivor. I'm just saying that'd be sweet. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Janet found it. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He's like convincing her, no one's coming for you. Then he's like, Laura needs to go. That's what I love about this game. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, Dean got his shoes back. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Man, I want to see Boston Rob play again. I think maybe he's playing in episode or season 40. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh no, he's bringing out his legacy advantage. Oh no, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It should be such a base, 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 such a base. It should be such a base, such a base, such a base, such a base. Dean made a fake with a fake. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's laughing. Boston Rob is laughing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Boston Rob is so funny. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. To get to the end of Survivor, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Wow, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast. Oh my gosh. Nowhere, yes, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. What is it, MrBeast, MrBeast? Yes, he got it, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. He got it, MrBeast. He got an idol nullifier. That's badass. Yeah, I'm Hope Dean. Dean's my number one choice right now. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, they're spinning. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. With something. With your mind, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Use your mind, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mess with your mind. Mess with your mind. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Will mess with your mind. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Will mess with your mind. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. This game will mess with your mind. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Dean got it, MrBeast, MrBeast. And he can block an idol. Wow. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Elaine's funny. I like her. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. But I want Dean to win. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Elaine's voted out, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. After all that, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wait. Uh-oh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Uh-oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh no, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Uh-oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Where's Dan? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Whoa, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. What? What? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wait, why? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Why did he leave though? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh wow. Another incident happened off camera and did not involve a player? What? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. What in the world? What happened? Do I even want to know? Was it a camera person or he did something off camera? I might have to look. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That's creepy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. The thing is, I don't want to look it up because if I look it up, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh damn, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, here's the finale, Mr. Beast, 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 I hope it's Dean, Mr. Beast, Dean or Tommy, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Boston Rob isn't wearing a Boston hat. Wow. He's got great hair. No reason why to wear that hat all the time, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But I get why he wears it in Survivor when you're out on an island. I would definitely be wearing a hat every day, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Yeah, he's got great hair, man. MrBeast, MrBeast. Probst is always so enthusiastic. This guy's so awesome. MrBeast. I hate when they do the recap stuff. MrBeast. I'm just gonna skip to the He's colorblind. He can't see. Tommy and Dean making a deal. MrBeast. Oh wow, MrBeast. Oh man, he's colorblind. Oh my gosh, she got it. MrBeast.
All right, never mind. I want Tommy to win now. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Dean might find it, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. DK chilling, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast. Oh my gosh. He found it. Dean found it, MrBeast. Dean found an idol, MrBeast. That's why you don't tell people. There are clues. You find it first. MrBeast. The winner gets steak. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Janet's wobbly. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She's really wobbly. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This has been a pretty good season. It hasn't been like a crazy season. It's been way better than last season. Last season was awful. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 37 was really good. 36 wasn't very good. 35 was really good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I lost all my Monopoly money. Mr. Beast, 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 What's he doing? Oh, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, he chose Nora to MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Jesus. Jeez. He's got he's got immunity for the next thing. He has another immunity idol, and he has a immunity idol blocker. That's crazy. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh no! MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh my God! MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Let's see what they do at tribal council, and I got to go to work out, Mr. Beast, because I'm trying to get swole, guys. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
He's like, you're an unbelievable woman, as he writes her name down to vote her off. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Janet's playing an idol. MrBeast. 490,000. MrBeast. Oh my gosh, idol nullifier. Janet. Oh, he played it at nullifier against Janet. Oh, damn, son. Making moves. MrBeast. I think he just won right there. MrBeast. Dean, the man, MrBeast, James Dean over here, MrBeast. I think Lauren's gonna get that out. MrBeast, or Janet will. MrBeast.
Janet's gone. MrBeast. Final four right there. MrBeast. That must suck. She had a freaking idol and it gets blocked. It's only happened twice ever. That's too bad, Janet. MrBeast. She could have won. I mean, she would have had a lot of the votes. MrBeast. That's why she had to go. MrBeast. Sometimes you just need warm water with honey. It's true, guys. It's true. But either way, I don't think she's gonna win. Anyway,
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. She's complimenting all of them. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's going off. This is ridiculous. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. She's putting Lauren to fire. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. They're all just waiting for her to say who it is, and now they're gonna start to practice. So my money's on Dean to win fire. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Lauren's crying. Lauren, to be fair, I don't think even if you win fire, I don't think you'd win the game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Tommy was smart with saying, I can't make fire, so pick me. How did that even win as a strategy? Like Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. So like Dean just immediately just goes to practice making fire. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Dean's like, you just put on a smirk because that's where you want a competition to be, is crying, which is what Lauren was doing. She's just giving up if you're just crying. I would just start making fire immediately. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr.
Tommy's encouraging Dean, dude. I think Mr. Beast. Nora's just like telling Lauren as she's trying to make fire that she's really important.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, they're getting in a fight. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Okay, finally. The fire making scene, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh, they're making fire. MrBeast. I bet Dean will win the fire. If Dean wins the fire, he's gonna win the whole game. MrBeast. Oh, Lauren's got some fire. Lauren's better hurry up. Damn, she's going slow. Dean's fire is big. Lauren, what is she? She's like slowly putting sticks on the fire. Like, just dump the damn sticks on. Dean's got this. Lauren's gone. Oh, it's about believing in yourself. That's nice. That's cute. All right, I'm just gonna jump to the votes.
Tommy's knowingly a goat. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. There are actually three goats. They're actually kind of three. No, Dean did some work. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Out of the three of them, I think Dean deserves it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Damn, I look cute. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Any single ladies out there, let me know. Leave in the comments below. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Damn, Dean's Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Dean's gonna win by far. Oh, anything you could do, I could do better. Oh, dang, mic drop.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Jeff's enjoying this. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Nora's realizing at this point that she's not going to get any votes. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I think there's like a realization moments when they're giving that whole speech to the tribe that they realize that they're not going to get any votes, and especially when nobody's talking about them. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, Tommy got a vote. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. One vote Tommy, one vote Dean. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. 2 votes Tommy. Wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Nora's not going to get a single vote. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Tommy's getting 3 votes. Wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Tommy gets another one. Wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Tommy with another one. What? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Holy crap! Tommy won. Holy crap! Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. Holy crap! That was insane. I had no. Wow, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, they all voted for Tommy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Damn, even with Dean's mic drop, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, well, good for Tommy. Good job, Tommy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, MrBeast. He talks about how Survivor made him feel so grateful for what he has. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Elaine was a really nice character. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh wow, she says God doesn't give you what you want; he gives you what you need. That's very true, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But he can give you what you want too, and you could need it as well, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow. Survivor started in the summer of 2000. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wow, Super Bowl 20 years in the making. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, they're adding in fire tokens. What? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 2 million. Oh, they're playing for 2 million. Damn, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Holy crap, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The most anticipated season of all time. Holy crap, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, holy crap. This looks amazing. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I should just change my channel into Survivor fan channel. Saying Mr. Beast. This is just what the channel's become now. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Cannot wait for this new season, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow. This is gonna be crazy, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It is like the coolest show ever. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Probst is the man, dude. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Tony's back. I love Tony. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This is a cool Survivor at 40 reunion episode, but I'm gonna
I'm gonna just skip to season 40, episode 1. I'll watch the season at 40 because I have to go back and watch like the first 20 seasons. I missed those. MrBeast. I mean, I watched the first season. I think I watched the first 2 seasons back in the day, but then I didn't watch them at all. And then now I've watched like 20 seasons. Saying MrBeast. Okay, MrBeast. Oh, Tyson's back. MrBeast. Oh my gosh. Tony, MrBeast. Oh boy, MrBeast. Kentucky boy is there. MrBeast. This is epic, you guys. MrBeast. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is insane. MrBeast. Wow, one of the guys beat canceled. That's pretty good. Good for him, man. MrBeast. Oh, Rob and Amber are back. Wow. MrBeast. They've got double the chances, double the odds. MrBeast. They've got a huge target on their back already, though, being a power couple. MrBeast. $39 days. Post on the tiny little island for the shot. Oh my gosh, Tyson. This is epic. John was probably one of my favorite players. I think Tony is probably my favorite player. MrBeast. Ryan was really good too, MrBeast. I think that's his name, right? MrBeast. Oh, they're looking at the women arrive. MrBeast. 10 men, 10 women. MrBeast. Tyson's got that dry sense of humor, man. MrBeast. Sandra, Rob didn't tell Sandra that he was doing it. That's MrBeast. Wow, this is awesome. Probst is like, let me take this in. MrBeast. Wendell, wow. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh wow, a toast to celebrate, MrBeast. Wow, that's awesome. Champagne, MrBeast. Once in a TV series moment. I hope they have more than one bottle of champagne for all those 20 people. MrBeast. You just popped a cork. MrBeast. They give them all like a tiny, like fourth of a glass of champagne. MrBeast. But it's still cool. MrBeast. What did I just say? Jeff Probst goes to Survivor because always a drink before war is always a good idea. MrBeast. He's a right. MrBeast. Oh, they all chucked their glass behind him, huh? They're littering. That's not good. MrBeast. I don't know, MrBeast. Should we take your island? Well, I guess it's not your island. Is it Chandler's Island? Did he sell it? We take that island, become Survivor Island, create our own reality show. It's an idea. It's an idea, MrBeast. Or another island, MrBeast. Excuse me, MrBeast. Natalie's back too. Wow, MrBeast. Wow, MrBeast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Wow, they have the edge of extinction part. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh my god, they're doing $2 million. That's insane. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Wow, largest cash prize in the history of reality show. MrBeast, can you beat that? MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. No fire, no rise until after the first tribal council. Wow. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. They're playing for Flint. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Right, no fire, no rice until after first show here. Wow. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Red scores, Tyson and Yo, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Yeah, Natalie is strong. I love Tony, Mr. Beast, 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 Wendell and Tony. All right, come on, guys, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Ooh, although Ben and Rob, I love those guys too, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't know, my money might be on Ben and Rob. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. But Tony's pretty strong, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
It's so impressive how they get multiple camera angles from multiple challenges. You never see a cameraman in frame ever. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. It's mind-boggling how well they make this show. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Rob got it. Wait, see? Way to go, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Denise and Natalie. Ooh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The water is so beautiful, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Sarah got it. Wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Damn, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Denise and Natalie lost. They're both strong women too. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Sophie, MrBeast, MrBeast. I hope it's not Rob that gets voted out first. He's probably my favorite. I don't know. It's between Rob, probably Rob is probably my favorite survivor. MrBeast. Second favorite, Tony. MrBeast. Wow, Oh wow, MrBeast. So they're getting tokens, MrBeast. Wendell, Tyson has kids. That's a terrifying thought. Sorry, Tyson. You know, he's funny. She goes, "Don't call me queen, MrBeast. Sandra, gosh damn it, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Oof. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I think Sanders a bit humbled since last time, since being voted out. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh yeah, that's right. If someone else wins, that means there'll be another king or another queen. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. If Sandra wins, she'd be like the ultimate queen. 3. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's like, Rob's like, obviously I have a huge target on my back. I was just on season 39 where they built an idol of me. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love Rob, dude. I hope he doesn't. If he gets voted out first, I'll be so disappointed. I want him around. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh, him! I forget. Oh yeah, the soccer player guy, Mr. Beast, or a beanie guy, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, they had no idols, no hidden immunities. Wow, MrBeast. Denise is into curses. She's such a interesting looking person. MrBeast. Oh, Adam. Oh yeah, Adam. I like Adam a lot.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Adam and Denise, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, that one chick is pretty cute. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think. Oh yeah, she won the really terrible season. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They're barely showing her. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Tony's like, Tony wants the idol so bad. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's so jittery. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Aw, she's like, I was rooting for my team, but it was hard for me to root against my husband, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's gonna find an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I would not trust Pavati, Rob. Rob, I don't know. You might be making a mistake. What's her name? Poverty? Pavarti? Poverty? Pavarti? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, Danny, hello, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They're already talking about Rob. No, don't vote Rob. No, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I love Ben. Ben's season was crazy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I like Jeremy too. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Old School Alliance, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love Rob. Boston Rob's so great. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I fear he's got too much of a target on his back. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Crab chasing a snake. Wow, that's crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think Danny might be voted out first. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Yeah, get Denise out. MrBeast. She seems nice though. It's MrBeast. Ooh. Geez, Adam looks like a. He's like, "Are you ready to take a big shot?" Splitting, like, oh, dude, it's scary. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, damn. Then tribal can't. Tribal can't. MrBeast. Oh no, Denise. I think Denise is gonna get gone. I think so. I don't know. MrBeast. But it might be Ross and Rob too. MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Michelle maybe needs to go. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Who are they going to vote for? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I hope it's not Rob. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think I need to go do something. Mr. Beast, 500,000 subscribers. That'd be crazy if I got 500K subscribers one day. That'd be so wild. I said Mr. Beast 500,000 times, 500,000. Whoa, we're halfway there. Okay, I got to get going. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Natalie, oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Four votes, Natalie. Damn. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Natalie's, oh, poor Natalie. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Sorry, guys. Spoiler alert. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. For the record, if you haven't seen Survivor episode or season 40, don't, I'm saying Mr. Beast, but I'm also giving Survivor things. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think Robin Parvati organized that attack. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, she's going to Exile Island, so it's not quite goodbye. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, wow. She's going to give it to Jeremy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yeah, she is. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Yep, I called it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. So it just goes straight to edge of extinction. Wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. See, this is a solid season because every single character is awesome. It's not like like a lot of seasons. There's like a couple, wonky ones. Most of the time, they do a good job casting everyone. But Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, they're mad because Boston Rob told her that he would never play again, and then of course he's here playing again. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 He's like, I'm the richest on this island. He's got two tokens. I'm just thinking about all these cameramen like following, daddling around Extinction Island. It is no. Oh wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. He picks someone from a tribe. You have an opportunity to buy an idol for one token. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Sandra's sitting out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Go on, Jeremy. Come on, Jeremy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 They got over. Come on, guys. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Adam, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on. Come on, Ben, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Jeremy got the first ring, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Jeremy just took the lead, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, he's got it, Jeremy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Damn, Jeremy, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 3 tosses, 3 ring things, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, what a come from behind victory, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I like Tyson a lot, Mr. Beast. This is a stupid hat, Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Sandra goes first. Oh my gosh, I would laugh. Mr. Beast. I do like I like a 50 love hate thing with Sandra. Mr. Beast. She's funny. Mr. Beast. Oh no way. What? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's buying it. Oh, they offered Sandra. Why did you do that, Natalie? Damn, she offers Sandra a opportunity to buy the fire token. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Tony, I hope Tony doesn't leave either. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. I love Tony. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Tyson. Oh, Tyson just put a tiger on his back. He put a target on his back. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Tony, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Amber might be gone. She's got a big target on her back. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Kim. Uh-oh, Amber. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Amber alert. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ah, it's Amber. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yep. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh man, that's not gonna look good for Rob. Rob's not gonna be happy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Just gonna give it to Rob. Oh wow, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. At least she's got Exile Island. She's got a point. She's got an opportunity to come back. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. What an excellent first episode, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Survivor's looking for new players. It could be me. It could be me. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Comment below if you think I should play Survivor. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, this changes everything. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, homeboy Ben got an idol. Oh wait, no, he didn't. Mr. Beast. Never mind. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Debbie got it. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Debbie got it. Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. What? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. So you got, so it's half an idol. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, it's two. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I think Kim's pretty cute. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh my gosh, Kim found an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Wow. They're like forcing people to work together. That's crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Oh no, they saw him. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh my gosh. Sophie. So Sophie didn't. Oh my gosh. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I swear Natalie's gonna find something in the well. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. She did. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
He's like, if I don't occupy my mind, I'm gonna start doing crazy things. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Man, Bamboo's crazy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That looks so not safe. That ladder, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Tyson's like, I know he's joking. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, he's boosting himself up. Oh my gosh. Tony. Mr. Beast. Tony's fearless. Don't test it, Tony. Tony. Oh my god. MrBeast. Yule. Wow, he made it safe. Damn, Rob. Rob finding out that Amber got voted out. Oh, Rob. Oh boy, MrBeast. Oh, he's got that killer look on his face, MrBeast. He's downplaying his rage for sure, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Wow, beautiful ocean. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Wow, Mr. Beast, 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 Danny just talked it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 He's in for wow. He's in for poverty, Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Adam's amazing. Uh-oh, who's it gonna be, Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Poor Adam can't put his torch back in. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Beast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Ben says he's not paranoid. He might make himself a target. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Ben, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Rob's like, let's all see who has an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Rob's such an influential player. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Wow, she had an idol, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Danny, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Danny, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Darn Doge is below a penny. That's good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Yes! Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast is your beast, and 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 your beast. It's your beast, 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 your beast. It's your beast, 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 your beast. Oh wow, Denise got the fire token. Mr. Beast, your beast, your beast, your beast, your beast, your beast. Mr. Beast, your 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 beast. Mr. Beast, your 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 beast. Should be such a beast, 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 should be should be such a beast, such a beast, should be 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 should be such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, should be such a beast, should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. It should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. We should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. We should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. We should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. I should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Such a beast, 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 Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Oh wow, Sandra actually wants to catch fish. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Tyson with these flamingo undies. Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Such a beast, 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 such a beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They got a shark. Dang, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, they got a shark. Dang. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast. Wow, they're cooking it, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, that's crazy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'm poor shark, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast. 510,000.
Mr. Beast, 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 See, if I don't open up my whole mouth, I could say it a lot quicker. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm watching a Daryl Leaves video. Shout out Daryl Leaves. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. 511 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ooh, Mr. Beast, 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 Miss, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Please subscribe, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Now Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. Wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
I'm watching Mr. Beast's almost 100 million viewed video going through the drive-through 1,000 times for the first time. I've seen a lot of Mr. Beast videos, but watching this one for the first time, how's that? Crazy. Almost 100 million. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, this is insane. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. As I say Mr. Beast's name a million times, legend has it, if you say Mr. Beast a million times, he will appear. That's just a legend. I didn't come up with the legend. That's just how it is. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. B, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They read it in the limo. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Bitch. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's weird. I've seen a lot of his videos, but a lot of it, my history, it's not recording it. Oh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Okay, it's going to take me 72 more hours to get to 1 million. I just did the calculations. I've been probably going about 10,000 every hour and a half. That means I've got 480,000 to go, which means 48 more sets of 10,000, which means that times an hour and a half, so 1.5 hours means 72 hours. Exactly. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Series is probably gonna be like 20 videos long or something. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Guys, subscribe to MrBeast, dude. He's awesome. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast,
Base. Mr. Base, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Really, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh my gosh, MrBeast, 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 ah, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. All right, 524,017. I have improv to go to, so I better stop the recording. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Flex, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. It's definitely up. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Excuse me. Excuse me. Got Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Space, 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 Mr. Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Sister Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Sister Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Mr. Beast, Sister Beast, Mr. Beast, Sister Beast, Mr. Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Sister Beast, Mr. Beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. There should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Should be such a beast, 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 such a beast. Should be such a beast. Should be such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast. Should be such a beast, such a beast. Mr. Beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, such a beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 No, just kidding. No, he can work. Ah, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Yay! My friend texted me how he's watching. He just sent me a text saying, "Oh, it's all blurred." He sent me a text with a photo of me. He's watching my content. It's all blurred. That's pretty cool. He's at his fireplace. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, dang, David, you only watch my content with your dad? MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oops. Mr. Disregard that one. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I can't get rid of that one, Mr. Beast. Oh well, whatever. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm watching the world's. I just watched the Joey Chestnut. That's crazy. That guy's a beast. I've seen it before. I watched that again. It's the first time I'm watching the firework video, the world's largest firework. I hadn't watched it for some reason. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. 600 G's on fireworks. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love fireworks. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, he's got drones. That's pretty cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. No way. What? No way. What? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. We are in the future. They just spelled out burger. What? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. What? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, that's pretty cool. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh shit. It won't even go higher? How long has it not been going up? Oh no. So gamers, yeah, so it was stuck at this damn number for the longest, for this darn number for the longest time, but that's okay because we will push on. We will push on. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I have to keep making sure that it's going up. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm at an office, so like I'm always nervous about like people outside of the office hearing me just say, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'm watching the Mr. Beast Logan Paul interview or Impulsive podcast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh, he just put out a new video. Would you sit in snakes for $10,000? Oh boy. Yep. First thing I see. Okay, I'm taking a break from watching it. I'm like such a fanboy, you know. I'm a 34-year-old fanboy of a 22-year-old or 21. Young sounds really awkward, but honestly, he's a cool guy, so it doesn't matter. Okay. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I'll give your mom $10,000. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Chris is going for the snakes. I would sit in for the snakes. I just wouldn't want them to poop on me. That'd be, or pee. That'd be gross. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. That'd be MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Now sit in a thing of poisonous snakes. Now try that. Would you do that for 10,000? That's a real question. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Grabbing money full of cockroaches? That, I mean, try that with spiders. Come on, bro. Cockroach is not, it's just kind of gross, but not bad. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Tariq and the spider. Ooh, that would be scary. Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh gosh. Oh, he's like moving. Oh my word. Oh geez. Tariq and the spider. Oh no, 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 no. No, no. Oh my gosh. He's touching him. He's touching his. Oh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Tariq's a badass. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Dang, subscriber getting 20 grand. Wow, that's life changing right there. That's crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's scared of pickles. Who's scared of pickles? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That one. Mr. Beast. That one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 probably the smear one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 529,000 guys. Subscribe to Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Right now I get 2,000 views in 28 days. That's where my channel's at. 2,314
Views. Oh, it's all blurred out. Let's see if I can stop blurring this. Whatever. We'll figure that out. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Actually, I don't know how to unblur my background. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The most amount of subscribers I've gotten in a day is 35. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. 530,000 subscribers. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. 535,000. 39. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna stop this. You had to go 10K at a time just in case something weird happens, right? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Ooh, that blue Lamborghini is sweet. Watch the Lamborghini video. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Come on, Chris is going for the Lamborghini. The girl might win though. I want Chris to win. Come on, Chris. Mr. Beast. He got it. Yes, good man, Mr. Beast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm making 50 cents a day, baby, on my channel. Heck yeah. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, sweet. My RPM is going up. Yay. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's up 83%. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 540,000, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. To do, or how does it go? To get what no one's ever gotten, you gotta do what no one's ever done. Okay. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,